touring?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go on a tour?
Yes.
You ever hear of the rodeo tour?
Yes, I went for like probably 10 days, 9 days, something like that. I got sick.
Okay. And by 2013, 14, and 15, you met in approximately August 2014, you met Kenneth Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes.
And he and you became close friends. True?
Not close, but yeah.
Okay. And you met Demetrian Garlington, right?
I had already knew him.
And you were close with him, right?
Yes.
And you were committing crimes with Demetrian Garlington, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah.
Okay. And while Jeffrey is, you know, he's in the studio all the time if he's not touring. Is that true?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation, unless he has personal knowledge of Mr. Williams.
Have you seen Jeffrey in the studio?
A lot.
Okay. And while these crimes are going on that the jurors heard about, drive-by shootings, you did that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to misrepresentation about, or vagueness rather.
Vagueness sustained.
You did drive-by shootings that you discussed with this jury, right?
That I'm convicted of, yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey never asked you to do those drive-by shootings, did he?
He didn't even know.
Okay. And Jeffrey, you knew by 2013, 14, and 15, he is touring outside of Atlanta all the time. Is that true?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
Do you know if he's touring in 2013 outside Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know if he's touring outside Atlanta in 2014?
Yes.
How about 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. It's already marked. It's in evidence, Your Honor. It's Mr. Williams' numbers 220A. It goes up to 220XX. May I approach?
You may.
May I just see?
May I approach you when they are done looking at the
Yes.
exhibits? May I approach you?
You may.
And just go, there's a paper clip on it. You can remove it if you need to, or I'll remove it for you. Just, if you can, just keep them in order. Just go through these, just flip through them. Tell me when you can.
Go through all of them?
Yeah, you know, just tell me if you remember those concerts, and if you attended some of them. Well, let's go around. Judge, can I approach Ms. Brennan? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Are you familiar with some or all of those concerts?
I saw a couple of the photos that I remember.
Okay. Were you present? Did you go to any of those concerts that you remember?
Yeah, somehow.
Okay. And the rodeo tour, I know you got sick and you had to go home, you said, right? But did you start out on the rodeo tour?
Yes.
And do you remember when that started?
I don't remember exactly what.
Let me show you what's already in evidence. The first 3 pages, Your Honor. It's, or the first couple pages. I don't want to say 3, although it is 3. It's Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 19. May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Have you seen the cover of this at all?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I just opened it up. If it refreshes your memory, tell us, but is that the rodeo tour? Is that the places that you went to before you got sick and went home? When I say places, and if you need help, sir, I know it's small writing, just let me know.
I remember what city I stopped at.
What city did you stop at?
Chicago.
Had you ever been outside of the Atlanta area in those cities before the rodeo tour?
Not in no area.
No area, right?
Not in those areas, no.
Okay. Now, if you can see it, and it may not be clear, so I will come up with the court's permission, what date were you sent home? Or, you know, did you have to go home for your illness?
You may.
815. I don't know. I just know Chicago.
That's
I remember the city.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach you, sir? May I come forward to you?
Yes.
Let me just look. Just point to me where it says Chicago. Right there? Does that say, if you could see it, March 8th, 2015?
It was around that time.
Okay. So, when you were sent home from that tour, by that time, March 8th, 2015, it is true, is it not, that Kenneth Copeland told you that he was committing crimes and shootings? Is that true?
Objection, Fagan, hearsay.
Overruled.
Say it again.
Sure. Is it true that by March of 2015, while Jeffrey's on the tour, Kenneth Copeland was not getting along with Shellkel, or, you know who Shellkel is?
I think I remember the name, yeah.
Okay. They were not getting along. True?
Objection would call for speculation.
Sustained.
If you know.
Your Honor, I'd ask for foundation.
Do you know whether Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not getting along and was in a big fight with Shellkel?
Before them days, he had already been told.
That's what I'm asking, but I can't hear you, and tell the jurors.
I say before them days, he had already told him.
Okay. And when you say before them days, those days, Mr. Copeland was already in an argument, that's my word, with Shellkel. True?
Yes.
A disagreement, right?
Yes.
And it was violent. True?
Yeah.
They would shoot at each other at times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland told you that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Same with Donovan Thomas. Kenneth Copeland stole from Donovan Thomas. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
He broke into his car, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And he took his identification. You remember that?
I think it was some jewelry or something like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland also took the peanut chain. Remember that?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I just remember something about some jewelry.
It was jewelry. All right. And Donovan Thomas later found out that it was Kenneth Copeland who stole from him, right?
Yeah, I think he ended up giving it back or something like that. I don't remember too much of that.
That's fine. And you discussed that with Kenneth Copeland, right?
I don't know if it was directly with him, but it was probably around him.
Or Mr. Garlington, right?
It was one of them, yeah.
And all that then also includes Kenneth Copeland being beaten, embarrassed at Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. If you don't remember the date, just say I don't remember.
I remember that. I remember him getting fined. I don't remember the date.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland you saw him after the fight, right?
Yeah.
He had a knot on his head, right?
Yeah.
Black eye.
Oh, yeah. I think I was swole or something like that.
Okay. And this happened at Club Crucial, and Kenneth Copeland was mad. He told you that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And during that whole time, throughout the rodeo tour, you know, through your own observation, Jeffrey Williams was friendly with Donovan Thomas. True?
Through
I'm
the
sorry.
rodeo?
Wait, go ahead.
You know what? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I told, yeah.
That's true, right? Tell the jurors.
Yeah, I've been told him that.
Okay. And Jeffrey is doing his career, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland doesn't ask, to your knowledge, Jeffrey for permission to get into an argument or fight or shoot at anyone, does he?
Well, he a grown man. He ain't gonna ask him, man. I mean,
You
grown.
gotta speak slower to the jurors.
My bad. He grown. I mean, you know, you grown. He got it. Like, he don't control nobody.
Okay. And you also told that to the police, right?
Yes.
You were asked, I started about Rich Homie Quan. You know who that is, right? The performer?
Yeah.
His name is Mr. Lamar. Do you know his real name by any chance?
No, no, real name.
Okay. And you were asked, and I think you said you don't remember, so don't worry about that. But after, I want to talk to you on and after March of 2015, if Jeffrey working with Rich Homie Quan, okay, in the music field. I want to focus on that, okay? That's what we're focusing on. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Jeffrey's contractual obligations at that time? And if you don't, just say, I don't know.
Man, you gotta explain what you just said.
Okay. Did you know whether Jeffrey was signed to an agreement with a record label that he had to do certain performances with certain people by March of 2015? Were you aware of that?
I think he had a contract, yeah.
Okay. And were you ever in any negotiations or meetings or review any contracts?
No.
All right. And did Jeffrey ever go to you and ask, is this a good opinion?
No.
And you follow Jeffrey's career to this day, right?
What you mean?
Okay.
Like, still listen to music?
That was a bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did that your whole time since you met him, right?
Yeah.
And by 2015, were you, did you go to Europe with Jeffrey after the rodeo tour ended?
No, I think I was locked up already.
Okay. You knew he went though, right?
Yes, I
You kn-
heard about it.
Okay. You knew he went twice in 2015 to play in Europe, right?
And foundation.
Objection, what in film?
Speculation and foundation.
Well, he's asking if he knew or not, so he can say yes or no. Overruled.
I remember hearing about one of them in 15.
Okay. And were you aware, if you were, personally, that Jeffrey was written up in the New York Times, 2015?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was contracted with, if you don't know, just say it, Calvin Klein?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You were aware Jeffrey was contracted with Puma,
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
2015?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was written up in Vogue magazine?
Your
All
Honor.
right, so that whole line of questioning, I think we're going to get the same objection, and it's going to be the same ruling.
By the time that you are, as you said, locked up, that means in jail, right?
Yes.
By that time in 2015, Tell the jurors since that time your interactions with Jeffrey Williams.
Since I've been in prison,
Since 2015, you made bond one time, right? You got out, then you were rearrested, right?
I ain't saw him again.
I can't hear you. Not
I haven't seen him since.
So since 2015, approximately, we're talking about April. Is that true? The first time you got locked up, then you made bond?
May.
Sorry. To this day, you had zero means no, communication with Jeffrey Williams. Is that true?
I mean, I've been locked up I just got out with it last year before last.
Okay, so the year before last to now, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No.
While in custody, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No.
Did he pay for your lawyer?
No.
Did he pay for any bond?
No.
He didn't contact you, right?
No, and I ain't contact him.
Right. Because your relationship with Jeffrey wasn't this, he's the gang leader, right?
No, it was never that.
And you told that to the authorities, right?
Yes.
And when Kenneth Copeland is telling you about, and you know about, crimes he's doing, that's not at the behest. That's a bad word. That's not to your knowledge because Jeffrey Williams asked him to, right?
Objection, that's speculation, and that would be just speculation.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, has Jeffrey Williams ever asked anyone to shoot up a home?
No.
To your knowledge and information, tell the jurors, if you have any information, did Jeffrey Williams ever tell anyone to murder someone?
I already told him he wasn't like that. He ain't get involved in stuff like that.
To your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams even know about the killing of Donovan Thomas until it was broadcast afterwards?
Afterwards. He knew afterwards.
I can't hear you.
Afterwards. Whatever you said.
And you were asked by the lawyer Love, and if you don't remember, just say, I don't remember the question. But you were asked whether Jeffrey Williams acted normal after the learning about the death of Donovan Thomas. You remember that question at all?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that. You saw Jeffrey Williams at his Sky House condo later in the evening of January 10th, 2015, going into the early morning hours, maybe better, January 11th, 2015. True?
Like early morning, like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the next day.
Yeah, like 4, 5 in the morning, something like that.
Okay. So it's Sunday, and if you don't remember the date, just say I don't remember. Sunday, January 11th, 2015, right?
I don't know exactly what day it was.
All right. And you knew, it was already discussed, and you were going, you knew that Jeffrey Williams was performing in the state of Florida.
That's the only reason I ended up there, because everybody was getting ready to go.
And the position is people who wanted to go to watch him perform met at his house, and they go in vans to the state of Florida. Isn't that true?
Yes.
That was all prearranged, right?
Yes.
There's none of this, let's get Sprinter vans immediately to get out of town, right?
No, I don't think you get a sprint van that late at night. You probably had already booked it or something.
Okay, well, don't speculate, but you know that you had to be there at a certain time to leave, right?
I think I got there at 4 or 5. We left like probably 6, so yeah.
Okay. Now, Jeffrey wasn't at his Sky House condo the whole time you were there. Isn't that true?
No, he wasn't.
He left, right?
Yeah, he had already left before us or something like that.
Okay. And he left with his sister Dora. Do you know who Dora is? And if you don't, just say I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I went to school with her.
You went to school with Dora?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jeffrey had already gone, and people remained in his Sky House condominium to go to Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, did Jeffrey, when you said he acted normal, tell the jury whether you told the police this on August 5, 2015 and March 3rd, 2017, that Jeffrey was concerned and questioned, why would someone kill Nutt? Do you remember that?
I told him that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Because Jeffrey was friends with Donovan Thomas, right?
For my knowledge, yeah.
no matter what you were doing, no matter what D'Amico and Garlington was doing, no matter what Kenneth Copeland doing, Jeffrey still performed with Rich Homie Quan going into January 2015. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You saw Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together if you were there. Were you in Florida? Let me ask this first. Forget what I said. Were you in Florida going into New Year's of 2015? So it's December 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of 2014, striking into New Year, January 1, 2015. Do you remember if you were in Florida?
I don't remember exactly like.
All right. Okay. But you saw in Florida Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together, right?
Yeah, they had like couple shows back to back in Florida.
And you went to them, right?
I went like 1 or 2.
All right. And this is after the, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, true?
Yes.
And from your observation, Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey, although maybe sad, they were getting along, right?
I mean, I told them everything was still like normal. Like,
No matter what was going on with you or other people and drive-by shootings, that had nothing to do with Jeffrey from your vantage point. Is that true?
no.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
How many other people do you personally know, have the notoriety, that's a bad word, are as well known as Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How many people from your neighborhood besides Jeffrey are well-known musical artists like him?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about a performer known as Dwayne Carter. He performs by Lil Wayne, okay?
Yes.
You know his music?
Some of it.
Do you like his music?
Yeah.
All right. From your observation, does Jeffrey like his music?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Overruled.
He love it.
I can't hear you.
He love it.
Jeffrey loves Lil Wayne's music. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay. And you knew this back in 2009 when you met Jeffrey, or 2008, whatever the year is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what the word idolize? Do you know what that word means?
Like look up something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is that how you would describe Jeffrey with Lil Wayne?
Most definitely.
All right. Now, you were asked by the detectives on August 5, 2015, as well as by the DA's office and the detectives on March 3rd, 2017, about the shooting of the tour bus of Lil Wayne. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams knew that that tour bus would be shot before it was shot?
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey ordered, asked for? If I'm losing you with my word, just say I'm confusing you. I'm not trying to. The shooting of that bus.
No.
Okay. Do you have any information that Jeffrey was fond of, was happy that that bus got shot?
No.
In fact, Jeffrey was the opposite, right?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Jeffrey was upset that that happened?
Objection, Your Honor. It would still be speculation.
Sustained.
I want to talk with you about, remember Lawyer Love asked you questions about Free Roscoe?
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And Roscoe, do you know his given name, Jimmy Winfrey?
I don't know his real name.
I can't hear you.
I don't know his real name.
All right. I'm going to call him Roscoe for now. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that you're aware that he pled guilty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember speaking with law enforcement, specifically Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, about the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting on August 5, 2015?
Yeah, I remember.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And is it true that you told them that you didn't think that Roscoe did the shooting?
Yes.
And is it true that Detective Dennis immediately told you that he agrees?
Yes.
And that's on the recording of August 5, 2015. It might be on March 3rd, 2017 as well, but it's on the recording, right?
I guess.
Okay. But it was discussed during your recorded interviews with the police, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember explaining?
Your Honor, I think we need to approach before Mr. Steele gets
All right.
into this line of question.
All right, Mr. Steele, come on back up.
Now, are you aware the early morning hours of Sunday, January 11th, 2015? So to orient you, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is shot the evening before, okay?
Yes.
So you go to Jeffrey's home at the Sky House, okay? That's what I'm locking in on.
Yeah.
All right. And at that time, were you aware that Jeffrey had several residences in Atlanta?
Yeah.
All right. He had other condominiums with an S. Is that true?
Yeah.
Do you know what a condominium is? And if you don't, high-rise apartments?
Condo.
Okay, condo. There you go. Okay. And when you were asked by Lawyer Love that after the killing of Donovan Thomas was known that Jeffrey acted normal, remember I asked you about that a little bit ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see a social media post by Jeffrey about Donovan Thomas that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did it give Jeffrey's heartfelt condolences?
Sustained.
Let me show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 265. Okay? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokumo approach Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
The state has already, but would you do me a courtesy, just show it to the state again? Mr. Kokumo is going to come to you, Mr. Zachary. He's going to approach you, okay?
Okay.
He's going to show you something. Don't say what it is. Just tell us if you recognize it, if you know what it is, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll take out all that. Can you show it to me? It's not there. It's not. It was given to you guys. Is what I should have said.
I saw it before, but what do you mean recognize? Like, I saw the picture before.
This is a bad word. Listen, I apologize. And do that. Just tell me I'm using bad words, okay? Have you seen that social media item that's now marked? It's marked in an exhibit. Have you seen that before?
I saw the picture before.
Okay. And were you present at the time that picture was taken, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know who's in that picture?
Objection, Your Honor. One, I would ask the exhibit number again and
265.
thank you, and the relevance of who is in the picture. And I would ask that the witness, given his former statements, his previous testimony, not be allowed to talk about, not be allowed to display through his testimony what the exhibit is until it's admitted.
Just asked you to know who's in the picture.
Just answer, do you know who it is? Don't say who it is if you do know.
Yes.
Okay. And when have you seen that picture before?
A minute ago.
Well, a minute ago could be a long time ago or a short time ago.
A long time ago.
Okay. And is it accurate? Accurate may be a bad. Is it the same from your memory? Is that the same picture that you saw a long time ago?
The picture, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 265.
Your Honor, just 1 second, please. So this, I think the court should look at the exhibit and the picture itself only. The state has no objection to.
I'm looking at the exhibit as it was shared in the Dropbox link, and it's not just the picture.
We'll redact the other items.
Okay. Is that the only objection?
Cropping out, not just Mr. Kokomo indicated, cropping out the comments. I mean, redacting every word, just leaving the picture.
I'm going to leave the date, Your Honor.
He didn't say that he said.
So foundational objection.
Foundational objection, thank you.
Sustained.
Did you notice the date on that social media picture when it was shown to you?
No, I ain't see the date. I
Okay,
saw
Your Honor.
14.
One more time.
I saw 2014.
Year 2014 is what you're
Yeah.
saying. Okay. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach again?
Yes.
He's going to come to you one more time, okay? He'll show you, he's going to point out he's not going to say anything, just going to point out the date, okay? And then my question will be, did you see this social media posting around that date? That's what I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
You would have to tell me.
One more time.
You would have to tell me the word.
He doesn't know the word. Your Honor, is that okay if Mr. Kokomo can just pronounce that word for him in his ear?
On the date?
And Your Honor, if when the court deems it appropriate, if we could just hear the question again, was it, has he seen the post? I didn't catch that.
Do you remember, and if you don't, just say I don't recall. Do you remember seeing that photo on social media around the date that says on it?
Around that year, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for Mr. Williams exhibit number 265.
What was his answer? I couldn't hear it. We all need you to speak into the mic.
Around that year, yes.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the objection?
Foundation. The
Overruled.
relevance, given that he said around that year, he saw the photo, so the date is.
I mean, that's a very broad year. It's 12 months long. So I don't think there's enough foundation for the date to come in at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. Okay. Let me ask you about this. I want to talk to you about the rental car. It's an Infiniti G35, okay?
Yes.
You know cars? Are you familiar with cars?
Yes.
You like cars?
Yes.
All right. And you were physically inside that rental car, right?
Yes.
And the only information you know about that rental car comes from Kenneth Copeland, true?
Yes, I told him I never saw nobody else in the car but him.
And Kenneth Copeland driving the car, right?
Yes.
Do you ever, it doesn't matter, I guess, there may be a relevance objection, but did you ever drive that rental car?
No.
All right. And who's the last person that you ever saw with that rental car?
I went to the studio that night, and Copeland still had the car.
Okay. And the car we're talking about, just tell the jurors what car, if you remember.
The Infiniti.
What color was it? If you remember, if you don't remember, just say.
I don't remember what color it was.
All right. And did Kenneth Copeland tell you that Jeffrey rented the car for him?
That's what he didn't say. He just told me that he had got the car, and it was running.
Did he tell you who he got the car from?
Yeah, he said Jeffrey.
At that time in 2015, did you know anybody else in your group besides Jeffrey who could rent a car?
No.
Now, you were asked by police about Jeffrey breaking ties. I mean, that's a wrong word. That's bad. Jeffrey not speaking anymore with Kenneth Copeland after a couple months into 2015. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. And by June of 2015, you're aware that, if you are, that Jeffrey doesn't speak with Kenneth Copeland. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And the police said to you, and that's because Kenneth Copeland went to the police on January 11th, 2015, shortly after Donovan Thomas's killing. Do you remember that?
You said that was
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Don't speculate. The police discussed that with you. That was what they told you, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Jeffrey separated because all of the, I'm not going to use a word, but all of the things that Kenneth Copeland just brings with himself?
Yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey did the same with you, right?
I had ended up
Objection
being,
vague. Did the
Sustained.
Well, you already said that Jeffrey didn't have any, or you didn't have any contact with Jeffrey after about April
I
2000.
started getting in trouble.
Once you
around that
started,
time.
I can't hear you.
I started getting in trouble around that time.
And what happened, Jeffrey?
I ain't saying no more.
Okay. Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey was in favor of Kenneth Copeland shooting at people? Do you have any
objection,
information?
that would call for speculation.
Overruled.
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey was in favor of you shooting at any houses or people?
He never knew what nobody did. I told him.
Until it was over, you say?
Not even like the shootings. Like he probably didn't even know about them.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have a second?
Yes.
Don't say what it is yet. Don't say if you know about it. But did you ever hear in March 2015, in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all the way up to this year, 24, do you ever hear Rich Homie Quan discuss his relationship with Jeffrey?
Yes.
There may be a hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor. There's a relevance objection, and there would be a hearsay objection.
I think it's relevant, but
And there would be a hearsay objection, but it's not relevant unless you can get into it. So we would ask.
Sustained as to hearsay.
by 2015, if you know, did Jeffrey do work with Rihanna? Do you know who Rihanna is?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You told the jury that you would go over to Jeffrey's condominium about 10 times a week. You realize you said that?
But as I was saying, like, we might leave and go to the store.
I can't hear you.
Once you get there, you probably leave and go to the store, go get something to eat, something like that. So that's why I said in and out 10 times, probably.
From Jeffrey's schedule, do you even know? Do you know that you were at his house? How many times you were at his house in 2015 until you were arrested? Do you really know?
Not that. In 2015, not that much.
I can't hear you.
In 2015, not that much.
When were you talking when you said 10 times?
I was saying, like, when he's there, like, as in coming there, count that, leaving and going and get something to eat and coming back, count that, stuff like that. That's what I would count.
When Jeffrey's around?
Yeah.
Were you aware that he traveled a lot?
Yes.
2013, 14, and 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when Jeffrey moved out of the Cleveland Avenue area? And if you don't, just say, I don't know the year.
I don't know that.
All right. Now, you were asked about your good friend, I believe you're close with. You said, what I call Mr. Sledge. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Goes by Moontomb, right?
Yes.
All right. And that is true that you're very close with him, right?
Yes.
To this day,
No, I've been locked up. I told you that.
since you got out?
No, I ain't been around nobody.
Okay. He was given a title. Do you know what title that was? I'm going back to 2014 and 15 to work with the record label, YSL.
Yes.
Do you remember the title? And if you don't, just say,
Yeah.
What was it?
Security.
One more time.
Security.
Okay. And do you know whether there were other people, do you know, who were actually also doing the security and trying to teach Mr. Sledge?
Yeah, like bodyguards and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like bodyguards and stuff. That what you mean? Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Like bodyguard.
Okay. Yeah, bodyguard, security. That's right.
Yeah.
And were you aware that there were other people training Mr. Sledge on how to look for bodyguards? Were you aware? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Like telling him stuff like
Yeah.
what to do and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mr. Sledge had no experience, right?
No.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Sledge given an opportunity to learn, though, a trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever offered a job?
It's not like I will offer a job. It's just if you dare help out. Like,
One more time.
If you dare help out.
Okay. And you did that with merchandise, right?
Whatever. If I ain't go get whatever I ain't go get
food?
Get done. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into unless you want to, but you mentioned several times illnesses.
Yes.
You didn't feel well. And on Friday, when you came here the first time to testify before this honorable jury, you were wearing a jail uniform. You remember that?
Yes.
And you had certain types of cotton or bandages on your body that were visible. Do you remember that?
Band-Aids, yes.
All right. And you came from the hospital. True.
Yes.
And you've been battling this health issue since you were born. Is that true?
Yes.
And your health issue is something documented, right?
Yes.
And it's serious.
Yes, very.
Okay. Now, you had prior, you were called to this courthouse on around January 10th and 11th of 2023, a year before this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you came from Augusta, Georgia area. Is that true?
Caroline. Oh.
Sustained.
Do you remember Lawyer Love?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to this entire line of conversation about previous appearances by this witness.
Goes to bias.
I don't know what it's going to be.
I could tell you.
Your Honor, could we approach him? He told me
Yes.
that he is not improper.
Let's take our morning break. Do you still need to approach or just a record?
We don't need to approach.
Your Honor, may I? Okay. Judge, I believe,
No, I'll get out of your way.
Your Honor, I believe that the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is going to get into is one that he has attempted to raise previously with the court's predecessor. Mr. Steele announced on the record that he wanted to bring in Mr. Zachary's lawyer to prove that I had committed prosecutorial misconduct. Mr. Steele represented that that witness would tell the court that I told Mr. Zachary he was going to get arrested if he did not come on that particular day. I'm aware of, I can tell, I know for a fact when there's the questioning about that appearance that Mr. Zachary made earlier in this trial, I know who it was that said what. In other words, Mr. Steele represented a falsehood to the court. I had not told him he was going to get arrested. I didn't say anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, only his attorney spoke to him while I was on the phone. And so when Mr. Steele says to the court that it goes to bias, I would ask for a proffer from Mr. Steele about what he intends to ask this witness and the relevance of it.
Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, it was January 10th, going into the 11th, 2023, and Ricky Richardson represented Mr. Zachary. Ricky Richardson called me and told me that the state had subpoenaed Mr. Zachary. He was in Augusta, and he was sick, and that lawyer Love, Miss Love, told him that he has to come, Mr. Zachary has, or more members of the DA's office, have to come and meet with Miss Love at her office. Otherwise, the predecessor judge will lock him up, which started on January 4th, 2023. When Mr. Zachary was testifying, he stated that you don't want my father to come to Miss Love. He stated he to me shut down on questionings to Miss Love, so it looks like he somehow, now he's answering questions on cross-examination, and I want to bring out the fact that he does not trust the state. He said he wouldn't take medicine from them. He didn't trust them. Miss Love asked him a question. He said, you don't want me to tell you, let the truth come out, and I believe that's what he's getting to. So he did come from Augusta. He missed his job. He missed his medical appointment, drove all the way here, and I was told that by Ricky Richardson that the father met him here, and that the father, through an anger, was angry, and then the DA's office let him go. That's what I was told. I'm going to ask him his opinion. It goes to his bias. Why was he acting that way on direct examination? That's what I'm going to ask him.
All right, I don't see you can ask him if he, likes the state or something, but we don't need to get into all of the back and forth behind it.
I was going to ask him then why. When he answers yes or no, I ask him why. Why do you have that feeling?
Well, you can ask him that.
Okay, then that suits me. Thank you, Your Honor.
As long as there's not that specific line of questioning that was presented early and it's just how do you feel about the state and why, then I don't have any further objections.
All right. I mean, I don't know what his answer is going to be, but, okay, we'll just see what he says.
And Your Honor, I'd also just wanting to make the record clear, with respect to anything that Mr. Steele is representing Mr. Richardson said, I would ask that he not be allowed to backdoor that. If he wants to call Mr. Richardson as a witness, that's fine. But to get into Mr. Zachary's feelings about something Mr. Richardson said to him about something that I said or someone from the state said.
Well, are you representing that nobody from the state said anything like that?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. We called Mr. Zachary. I called Mr. Richardson. I let him know that Mr. Zachary was under subpoena, and I asked him if he could reach out to Mr. Zachary because he had not appeared, and we wanted to set up a date for when he would actually come in. Otherwise, we could put him on call, or he would have to be here until it was time to testify if he's not going to appear. Mr. Richardson then called Mr. Zachary. I was on three-way because I never spoke to him. And I think that there was someone else. There was an investigator because we were on speakerphone. And Mr. Richardson said, you have to answer the subpoena. If you don't answer the subpoena, you're going to get arrested. That's Mr. Richardson. That's not the state. And Mr. Zachary said, I don't have a way down there. And I said, we could come and pick you up. Mr. Zachary said, I said, what's your address? Mr. Zachary said, I don't want to give it to you. Mm-hmm. Mr. Richardson said, you're going to either have to give them your address or you're going to have to answer the subpoena. That was the extent of the conversation that we had with Mr. Zachary, with Mr. Richardson at that time.
All right. Any questions?
No.
Okay, let's take bathroom break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I did. What I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele and counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, and it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something, again, we expected to use or would have used.
Talking to the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time, because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording, and if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we could just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead. Does this occur relative to the conversation that Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show up?
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him to come here.
And so what would be the point of showing it?
But
Or playing it?
For the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning that he is asking.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word that he uses, often intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that. And I had asked.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Sharp brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days with a lot of, I don't remember, even before the question was posed. It's
clear he doesn't, he's been called by the state, but that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They didn't ultimately treat him that way, but.
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on and I don't trust him, that's his answer. I'm not really.
I don't know how he, as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not. I mean, I think I would be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
That's it, just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was asking.
And I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but It's come through, so if somebody wants to hit the play button. Is this Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father? All right.
Hey, you got something looking for us for? You got a subpoena thing you looking for us?
Who is
I
this?
know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for?
Who is this?
You know what you're doing is illegal, right?
Who is this?
It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarius right here on the phone.
Okay.
I want to know what's your problem, sir.
Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me.
Listen
Listen to me. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary.
Now listen.
Your son asked the question.
I'm
He had a
calling Brian Steele.
call whoever you like, sir.
I'm calling Sharp.
Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir.
We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to?
I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So,
Okay, so what we meeting up for?
you tell me where you like to meet at, sir.
So then what's the issue? What we meet? What do we meeting up for?
Sir, I'm not going to talk to you. I'll talk to your son.
Oh, he right there. He listening.
Okay. All right. So where would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary?
You got one or something?
I have a warrant for your arrest.
What? Yeah, how you gonna have a warrant somebody in the hospital?
Sir,
How you gonna have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital?
sir,
Can I see who is your supervisor?
I am the supervisor.
May I please know who your supervisor is, sir?
Sir, is your son willing to meet? Are your son?
Police. You know
Are your son?
you can't deny.
Are your son?
You know you can't deny me.
Mr. Zachary, Mr. Zachary.
You know you can't deny
Mr.
us the
Zachary.
right to speak to your superior
Okay.
officer.
So I just take it. So I get, I get,
violate the law.
Sir.
You're gonna violate the law.
Okay.
Chasing these folks,
So,
and you gonna
Mr.
have your
Zachary,
ass locked up,
so
and they
Mr.
gonna put a
Zachary,
suit against
so
you
Mr.
folks.
Zachary,
And you know you
please
breaking
let
the
your
law.
son know
You know you
I have a
breaking the
warrant
law.
for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest.
Call down to the one officer, then I call to the sheriff's office.
What
You
call?
don't have shit. You lying.
That is an absolute
Send me a
falsehood.
copy of the- You send
That's
me a
an
copy of
absolute
the one.
falsehood.
Send me a
Absolute
copy of the
falsehood.
one, and
I'm
we'll
not
turn
gonna send you
ourselves in right
anything.
now.
I'm not gonna send you anything,
Your
sir.
lying ass. Your
I'm
lying
not gonna
ass.
send you
gonna be in
anything.
jail, bro. I promise you one thing. We got attorneys, and your ass
Good.
gonna be in jail for this.
Good.
What you doing? And you
Good.
know this is illegal.
Good.
You know this is illegal.
Good.
You see this man
Sir.
in the hospital, you
Sir.
gonna come to the
Sir.
hospital, and you gonna come to the hospital.
Sir.
I guarantee you.
Sir.
I guarantee you.
Mhm.
I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today.
Real good.
I guarantee you.
Real good.
Who is your supervisor?
Good.
Can I
So-
please have your supervisor number?
Sir,
Can I
sir,
please have your supervisor number?
sir,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna continue to have you talking to me.
Bro. I don't know
If
who you
you-
think you
if
playing
you-
with. You
I'm-
breaking all kind of law.
Listen.
His probation officer
Your
already
son-
told us you breaking the law. His
Your
probation
son-
officer already told
Your
us
son,
you breaking the law.
your
You
son,
breaking the
is
law.
your son unwilling to meet?
You breaking the law.
Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Is your son unwilling to meet with me?
Do you understand? No, we'll turn ourselves in. We coming to
Okay.
the county jail.
No.
We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday, or we'll come to the Fulton County jail.
Go
We
to
ain't
the
got
Fulton
no
County
criminal
jail.
charges.
Do you want to go
We don't
to?
have no
You ain't
criminal
got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the
No.
Richmond County Jail? Do you want to go to the
No, we
Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going to the Fulton County jail. Or we coming to
Do
court.
you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office?
No, we going.
You unwilling to do that? Okay,
Hey,
real
listen,
good,
Hey, listen.
real
Hey,
good.
listen. We
Thank you,
refer
sir.
To our attorney.
Thank you,
Your
thank
bitch
you,
ain't gonna get it, bro.
thank you,
You gonna get
thank
it
you.
what you doing. You
Thank
coming
you.
to the hospital. You don't buy.
thank you,
All right, I think we have a
Real
decision
thank you,
on that one.
thank.
I'll object to playing that.
That puts absolutely no one in a good light. Don't know why anybody would want to play that, but can we get the witness back in now and the jury? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
When you testified last Friday, then Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Miss Love, asking you questions?
Yes.
Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor?
Because a lot of it I don't remember. Like, probably at the time, I probably didn't remember. A lot of it I don't remember still.
Okay. You were also asked by Lawyer Love whether she can get you any medication. You said you were not feeling well.
Yes.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
I mean, how I felt at the moment, shit, like they were going to kill me.
Okay. I want to go into a couple of areas. There's been a talk about Jeffrey's windshield of his vehicle being shot out with a bullet late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember hearing something about it.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
Not that I mean,
I can't
not
hear
that
you.
I know, no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember you personally seeing, or even doing, that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No.
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Your Honor, objection again for the same reason, relevance.
Do you remember?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen that from nobody. So.
Let's leave you out of it. Let's leave you out of it. Do you remember telling the police that other people would steal from him?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you had discussed with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Miss Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
With regards to your tweet, and it is State's Exhibit number, if we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, and it is State's Exhibit number, give me 1 second, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed in a second. Yeah, it's the one that says it's not 4711. It's the one that says yeah, but no, Miss Hilton said it's not. Cash money, young mother.
Yes. What's the situation?
I have a display, an exhibit that was introduced,
Right.
and I have that it says just beginning cash money,
Without,
young money.
Your Honor, the number he listed was 471.
472, right? 472Y. That's
Maybe
what you said?
I said 471 though.
Okay, I don't know. I thought I heard you say 472, but I don't know if that's
I don't know.
it
Your
or
Honor.
not. Anyway, there is a 471 also. It's an Instagram post. Both of those are in. Could you not find it?
We can't. That's what we're
Okay,
looking
well-
for.
Oh, that might be 47. Yeah, I
He's,
tendered one and it was admitted.
oh,
Your Honor, I apologize. It is 471Y. I was given the other part of it, so I apologize. If we could display 471Y.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much. If you can look at this, I believe you were already asked about this. And I'm going to, you recognize this? It's already been in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
And it says they can F with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide at 30 deep _D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury, I believe, that this was part of a song. Is that true?
Lil Wayne.
Say it again.
Lil Wayne song.
And do you remember the song Mob by Lil Wayne?
I think it was on Carter 2 or Carter 1 on.
Okay. We're going to show you and let you listen to something quietly and tell us if this is the song you're referring to, okay?
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is going to be Mr. Williams number 264. Can Mr. Kokomo approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can Mr. Kokomo approach you?
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And is that a Lil Wayne song?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 264, and then specifically, once it's oriented, if it's admitted, play for the jury the track that the time that I'm going to announce.
And the state objects to the playing of this song to show that it has this line in it. We're not disputing that, so we object to that as relevant, on relevance grounds.
You're just playing that one
Yeah.
line. All right, it's submitted.
And Mr. Kokomo, before you play, just announce the time on the song, if you don't mind, that will be played for the jury. And Mrs. Zachary, just for clarity, this is a Lil Wayne song that you know to be on the Carter 2 or 1, you said?
Yes.
And the song is called The Mob?
Yes.
Okay. Mob, Miss Winfrey is M-O-B-B. What? You know what number? 14 seconds? 14 seconds to 20 seconds. Your Honor, it's 14 seconds to 20 seconds.
Thank you.
If you can listen and just tell us if this mirrors the State's Exhibit 471Y, what you wrote, okay?
Young money, motherfuck the other side. They can fuck with us if they won't. I bring them home aside. Word to my...
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about terms of slat. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about it.
And slime.
Yes.
Okay. Is, to your knowledge, and blat, I think they asked you about blat. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I remember asking about it.
Are those terms in songs?
A lot of songs.
Okay. Including Jeffrey songs?
Yeah.
And is it on social media as well? If you know, you personally observe.
I heard people saying it on social media.
Okay. And you've heard people say it in the streets as you walk by?
Oh, I don't heard a lot of people say it.
Okay. It's part of the vernacular, that's a bad word. The vocabulary?
Yeah.
All right. Anything by the use that you could tell the jury in your own observation of life of the word slat or blat or slime that means that someone's going to commit a violent crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, unless it relates to this witness. It would be speculation, and it would invade the province of the jury with respect to committing a violent crime, and it would call for speculation outside of his own.
Sustained as to speculation, I think overruled as to that. I'm sustaining her objection.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this. When you were with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither and District Attorney's Office representatives and your lawyer, March 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember after discussing all sorts of questions about Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And the police kept bringing up Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And then do you remember Detective Dennis saying to you, but even if Jeffrey's not involved directly, it's guilt by association. Do you remember that?
I don't exactly remember that, but
Okay.
it sounded like some things to say.
All right. To your knowledge, to you, your personal, did Jeffrey ever promote any type of violence on behalf of a gang in any way?
I didn't hear the last part of the question. May I ask him to repeat
In
the
any
last
way.
part?
It's the last part, but I could
The
repeat the
middle
whole
part.
question.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question?
Sure. From your personal life, from your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams ever ask for any violence to occur as described in this entire questioning by the police, by the prosecutors and police here at trial?
No,
Vague, Your Honor, objection and vagueness.
Couldn't be more specific, I thought.
Overruled.
No, I think I told them that every time they asked.
And you kind of went out. You said, I think I told them that. You're talking about who?
Yes, the police.
All right. And you're telling the jury.
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that Nard brought a Draco weapon to Jeffrey's apartment on or around January 9th, 2015. Do you remember that testimony or that statement to the police?
Yes.
Anything, was Jeffrey there? Was the gun displayed in any violent manner?
No.
And you've been at Jeffrey's home without Jeffrey being there, right?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, you were close with in 2015, and may still be, Mr. Garlington, true?
Yes.
And Mr. Garlington, to your knowledge, was extremely close to Mr. Copeland. Is that true?
Yes.
And you, I know you said you weren't as close, but you were good with Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes.
And the three of you would bond together, would be around each other a lot, true?
Yes.
And you mentioned over a lot of times that before you went into custody, you spoke with Mr. Garlington about what he thought or wanted you to say. Do you remember that?
It ain't what he wanted to say, is what he was telling me what Woody wanted him to say.
Okay. So, and you call that a play. You remember using that word?
Because he told me that Woody can't put him in some bull jump. That's what he told me.
All right.
Woody had put him in some bull jump.
I couldn't hear you that time. I apologize.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Yes.
All right. So it went from, to your knowledge, through Mr. Garlington. Mr. Garlington told you this is what Mr. Copeland is doing, and then Mr. Garlington told you that.
Yes.
All right. And that's what you were talking about when you said play to
Yes.
the prosecutor. Nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams. True?
Nah.
All right. Your Honor, can I just have a moment?
You may.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever tell you, that's you and Kenneth Copeland, did he ever directly tell you where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas was shot?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, what's your decision? All right. Redirect. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Zachary.
Good morning.
Mr. Zachary, just now, first of all, let me ask you, you testified earlier that you were cool with Thug, as you put it.
Yes.
And do you still consider yourself cool with Thug?
See, as life goes on, people change, you change. I haven't seen him in like 10 years.
Do you love him?
What do you mean by that?
Just that.
I don't love nobody.
Okay. Do you consider him a friend?
I told you, cool, yeah, well, I ain't seen him in over 10 years, probably.
And you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp whether you saw Shannon in the courtroom, and you said you couldn't see anyone in the courtroom, essentially, right?
Can I explain?
Of course.
Well, if y'all would have did y'all research with my health issues, it come with vision problems.
Okay. And that's what you said when Mr. Sharp asked you to, right?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know if I said that, but I think I told him I can't see or something.
But you do know that Shannon is on trial in this case that you're testifying on, no?
What you mean?
You do know that this case that you're here telling the jury about has to do with Shannon, who is on trial for this case, right?
I know off what y'all gave me, like of that was I know like from just really learning from the last few days or so.
The question is, do you know that Shannon is on trial right now in this case that you're testifying?
Yes, I know now. Yes.
And you know that Yak is on trial right now.
I know now. Yes.
And you know that Thug is on trial right now, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Miss Love, could you use the microphone, please?
I think, well, she's got the lapel mic, but I think you might need to pin it up closer to your mouth, and we'll see if that works.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
turn it on.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that would also help.
Okay. All right. And you do know that Thug is on trial. You did say yes, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also know that Moontoon already pled in this case, don't you?
I don't know that.
Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele just a moment ago about the play that you planned with Garlington, do you remember your answer?
I didn't plan nothing. He told me what Woody was trying to get him to run,
What Woody was trying to get him to run.
to say.
Okay. And do you know when it was that Mr. Garlington was expressing Woody was trying to get him to say that? Was he trying to get him to say that to the police?
Yes, he said he was trying to get him to say it to the police.
And was Garlington in jail, or was he on the street when he told you what Woody was trying to get him to say?
See, I don't remember because we talked about something like that on the street and in jail. We was in a holding tank going before we went to court. We got locked up together.
Okay. And you talked on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp about knowing something that Garlington had said about the April 28th shooting. And you talked with me on direct about some of the things you believed had been said about the April 28th shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you said that Garlington had made Moontoon a shooter. Did I hear you right?
I don't think I said he made him a shooter.
Okay. What was it about what Garlington said about Moontoon that caused you to say something about other people?
Just off him putting him on the scene.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that Garlington simply said Moontoon was driving?
I don't know.
Did you believe that Garlington had said Moontoon was doing something else?
I don't know what he said he was doing. I just know you put him on the scene.
How did you know that he put him on the scene?
Because he told us.
Who told you?
Garlington.
And when you were telling the jury about having heard something in your preliminary hearing, what is it that you heard that affected what you told the police?
The detective was talking about all the shootings and stuff.
Which detectives were talking about all the shootings?
I don't remember whatever detective was on that case.
But was it your preliminary hearing that you were listening to the detective talk about, or someone else's?
It was mine.
Okay. And was it yours for the April 28th shooting?
No.
What was it yours for?
A gun and gang charge.
Was that the May?
May, yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember all of the shootings that they talked about at that preliminary hearing?
I don't remember all. I just remember, like, my lawyer telling me stuff, like, when they go to the side, he'll say something. They'll say something, he'll tell me stuff like that.
And you mentioned your lawyer. Who was your lawyer at the time? It was Ricky Richardson still?
Yes.
And Ricky Richardson was your lawyer in both of the cases that the defense admitted, Defense Exhibit 49 and Defense Exhibit 50, right?
Yes.
All right. And how long has Mr. Richardson been your lawyer?
All my life.
All right. Now, since when was
We've been knowing him all our life.
You've been knowing him all your life?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start representing you in cases in court?
When I first started catching cases, I had caught so many cases back to back, I don't remember.
Were they when you were 15 or younger or older?
18 and up, something like that.
18 and up?
Yeah.
All right. Is this before or after you got to know defendant Jeffrey Williams?
After.
Okay. And were these cases involving guns every time or something different each time?
Before them two cases?
No, when Mr. Richardson first started representing you.
Guns.
Okay. Now, during that time, were you openly carrying guns? You said on direct that you always had a gun. Were you openly carrying guns?
What you mean by that?
When you caught these gun cases that Mr. Richardson represented you on, did you try to hide them when you carried them with you, or did you ever openly carry them?
When I got caught with them?
When you walked around with them, wherever it was you walked around?
I don't remember. I just know I always had guns.
Say that.
I don't remember. I just know I always got caught with guns.
Okay. You said on direct examination and on cross-examination with Mr. Shart, I believe, that when you gave the 2017 proffer that you didn't have a lawyer. Did I hear you right?
I didn't, but I knew Ricky when they called me up there. I never had no lawyer before that. When they called me up there, Ricky was up there. I was thinking he was my lawyer now, but come to find out when I got back, he wasn't.
Now, when you say you had never had a lawyer before that.
No, I'm saying like, I think from like 16, he had quit because I had called a federal case and went to the Fed. So he had quit because he didn't know how long I'm going to be over there and stuff.
Okay. So Mr. Richardson represented you on all your other cases except your federal case?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Richardson, after you gave that proffer, he's the person who represented you in this case that I'm holding, which is Defense Exhibit 50, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, right?
No.
He wasn't?
No.
Who represented you?
I think for a minute he was.
Okay. Yeah. And who was it that represented you on this case?
I don't remember. I didn't know Ricky had, when I played out, it wasn't Ricky no more.
All right. When you said he represented you for a little while, what part did he represent you on?
See, when I first got locked up, we had paid him, but he was like, it's too much going on with the case, everybody pointing blame at me or something like that, he was saying.
Okay.
And my dad is just...
Got someone else?
Yeah.
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
Huh?
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
I don't remember if I talked to Rico about the case.
And did the case involve someone getting shot or shot at?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to put on the screen for State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 49, the first paragraph, or the first count in that indictment that has been admitted. And what you pled guilty to and what you admitted your guilt in Defense Stillwell 49 was that on April 28, 2015, you unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one of the following offenses: aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Is that, well?
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to you while we're getting our display set
You
up.
had to read it to me.
I need to read it to you?
I make fun of me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Do you don't want to look at it?
What's the question?
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony while associated with a criminal street gang, and that you participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of those acts?
Yes.
All right. And you said on cross-examination with Mr. Shart that you refused to accept a plea with the state. Is that right, or did I hear that wrong?
No, you heard that right.
Okay. Now, did that mean that you entered into what is called a non-negotiated plea, like you didn't have any agreement when you went up and made this admission?
What I meant by that was that when they was trying to get me to testify on Mr. Sledge, because he was still on the street, I ain't accept that. That's what I meant.
Okay. So this admission that you made wasn't in exchange for anything that the state gave you. You just went and put yourself at the mercy of the judge.
Yes.
All right. And when you made that admission at the mercy of the judge, you admitted that the gang you were committing these acts for was YSL, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question about Defense Stillwell Exhibit number 50. As we put that paragraph that you admitted to, or that you pled guilty to, on the screen. Now, in this case, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, do you remember, if you can look at it and tell me who represented you in this particular case?
You have to tell me.
Who represented you?
Ricky at first, and then I said locked up so long that I don't remember. I just know at the end that I ain't had Ricky.
Okay. All right. So did Ricky talk to you about this particular case?
I think he talked to the family or something like that.
Okay.
He probably talked on the phone about it. I don't know.
All right. All right. And did he talk to you about what you were charged with?
I couldn't hear you.
Just, you know, as an officer, it invades the province, I think.
Your Honor, and I think that by, on cross-examination, by saying certain things regarding what he knew and what was explained to him and what he understood, that the door was opened for the state to inquire generally whether or not he spoke with his attorney about what he was charged with. It goes to what he said his understanding of the indictment was.
You can go ahead.
Well, I didn't do that. I don't know. I don't know
Your Honor,
that that was done.
I object to the commentary.
He's allowed to make objections.
So did you speak with your attorney about what you were charged with, what the state was alleging?
Yes.
All right. And so you knew then that you were admitting by pleading guilty that by shooting at the person in this indictment with Kelvin Treadwell, you were committing an act on behalf of YSL.
No, it never, in indictment, you read the whole indictment, description, whatever, it's never said nothing about YSL. He got YSL because of me. He was being around me.
Okay. So on the screen behind you, if you would, do you not, or does it not say, on the 5th day of September 2018, unlawfully while associated with a criminal street gang, YSL, you participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one or more of the following offenses: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
That what you said?
Ms. Levy said he can't read, so.
Mr. Zachary, do you remember when Mr. Steele showed you a book? Let me see what book it is. Defendant Williams, number 19. He showed you this book, and he turned to a page in this book, and he put it in front of you, and he asked you to look at it and to tell him what days you were on tour with Defendant Williams. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but see, I told him Chicago, and he did like this. I said Chicago. I said, from what I know, it was Chicago, and he did like this.
Okay. Before he did like this, were you looking at this book?
Counting days.
Okay. And when you were counting the days, were you also looking at the dates?
I was looking at the numbers. The numbers.
The numbers associated with the dates?
Let me see. Yes.
And in looking at the numbers, you notice that these dates only go from March 1st, 2015 to April 2nd, 2015.
I ain't look at all on.
Okay. Could you look at them and tell me if they do?
How am I know?
You said you were looking at the
I'm
numbers.
looking at the numbers.
So what were the numbers telling you?
They say 315.
Okay. Do you recall testifying earlier in this trial that you had read something in the newspaper?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Okay. When Mr. Steele asked you whether or not, or why it is that you said you did not want any medication when I asked you, you said to Mr. Steele because you felt like the state was going to kill you?
Yes.
Prior to coming to testify, you said you were not going to testify. Is that wrong or right?
I don't remember me ever saying that. If I did, I probably did.
Did you ever tell anyone that if you testified, you would get killed because they are gang members?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp that you were going through Xanax and other drug withdrawals when you gave the August. All right. Would you please remind me of the other drugs that you said you were withdrawing from?
Roxy, oxycodone.
Does the withdrawal, is that the first time that you have ever suffered withdrawals from Roxy, oxycodone, and Xanax? I would like to know if he knows how withdrawal normally affects him personally.
Just in jail.
Okay.
And now.
Was that the first time in August of 2015 that you went through withdrawal?
No.
Okay. Do you even know how many times you had gone through those withdrawals?
May 2015.
Okay. And when you went through those withdrawals, would you tell the jury how it affected your ability to communicate?
A lot.
How?
Like stomach, head.
Okay.
I'm up with my stomach. I've been telling you, I'm done with the pain right now.
Okay.
And the head hurt like. See, I keep grabbing my head.
Okay.
Throwing up, but I ain't threw up because I probably ain't ate in like 3 weeks.
Okay. Well, were you offered the ability to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
I just ain't got no.
And
I ain't
when
been
you,
taking my medicine.
and has anyone from the state tried to get you your medicine over the last 3 or 4 days?
You have, yes.
And did you believe that anybody from the state was going to kill you when we were trying to get you your medicine?
What you mean? Like, at first when you asked me, did I want some medicine? Yes. First time.
Okay, so what changed between then and the time that the state tried to get you your medicine?
Because I ended up going back to the hospital.
Okay. And was it the state that took you?
Yes.
Did we take you more than once?
Yes.
Did you believe that anyone from the state was going to kill you then?
No.
Okay.
I said at the time when you first.
Now, had anyone from the state threatened to kill you before then?
No.
All right. Had I ever threatened you in any way?
Not, I don't, what you mean like threat? Like tell me you gonna kill me?
That's what you said. So had I ever threatened you like
Nah.
that?
Nah.
Okay. So Xanax and the other drug withdrawal that you had did not have any effect on your ability to hear questions being asked of you, did they?
What you mean?
When I just asked you the effect of the withdrawal on you? You said that it caused you to have stomach pains and headaches.
What questions? There was no question. You haven't asked me no question. I mean, I don't understand, man.
Okay. Xanax, oxycodone, and OxyContin. What were the three?
Xanax and oxycodone.
Xanax and oxycodone withdrawal has no effect on your ability to understand when questions are being asked of you. Do
Yes.
They do? Did they have an effect on your ability to understand questions that you were asked during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis and later Thorpe and 2 federal agents?
What you mean, like questions? Like,
You remember being interviewed?
yes, I'm saying, like, what you mean, like, did I understand the questions?
Yes, you remember being asked questions, don't you?
Yes, I remember.
And did the withdrawal symptoms that you had, did the withdrawal that you were going through, did it somehow make you not able to understand the questions that you were being asked?
Not that I remember now.
Okay. So you did understand the questions that you were asked?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, you volunteered information as well during those interviews, didn't you?
Yes.
And that interview in August of 2015, that interview lasted over 3 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they was in on the whole time, but yes.
Thank you. And you talked with Detectives Gaither and Dennis for well over an hour.
Yes.
And during that time that you talked with Detectives Gaither, Dennis, Thorpe, and the 2 federal agents, they sometimes asked you about matters that they had talked with you in the interview earlier, didn't they? In other words, if they talked with you when they first walked in the room about the shooting on April 28th, they might ask you about it an hour or so later.
I think so.
And they didn't always get their facts right when they asked you about it the second time, did they?
No, I don't think so.
And there were times, more than one time, that you actually had to correct them because they had it wrong about what you had said. Isn't that right?
Probably.
For instance, at one point, Detective Dennis asked you, talked to you later on in the interview about Nard telling you something at Thug's condo, and you said, no, Nard didn't talk about it that night. It wasn't until later on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point, Detective Dennis started to ask you, when was and didn't finish the question, but you finished it for him and said, you talking about the video, aren't you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Detective Dennis asked you what video, and you said to Detective Dennis, the video about Trevia. Remember?
Yes.
All right. You were asked by Mr. Steele about the January 6th occasion where Mr. Copeland or Woody was jumped on at Club Crucial. Do you remember?
It was January 6th.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about a January 6th incident?
I don't know if it was January 6th. I remember he said something about Woody getting jumped on the days before or something like that.
Okay. All right. So you remember talking to him about Woody getting jumped on days before
Yes.
Mr. Thomas got murdered?
Yes.
That was the date that you and Thug were in the club, right?
I remember us being in the club, but I don't know what day.
how many times in the week before Mr. Thomas got murdered do you know of Woody getting jumped at Club Crucial?
I don't remember how many times.
Was it more than one?
He probably got jumped one time. He probably got fined or something. I don't know. More.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. If that's all you remember, so you only remember him getting jumped once.
But he stayed in some, so.
I only mean the stuff you know about. I get it.
No, I said stuff. You said in the club. He stayed in something in the clubs. So.
The week before Donovan Thomas got murdered.
He stayed in something in the club.
Do you personally know of more than one time when he got jumped?
Not jumped.
Just, yes, jumped.
Oh, jumped? No.
Okay. And when he got jumped, Bloody J was there too, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Bloody J got jumped on outside of the club, right?
I think so. I don't remember.
In fact, Shannon swung on Bloody J, didn't he?
Nah, I don't think it was Shannon. I think it was Moontown.
You think it was Moontown?
Yeah.
Yak swung on Bloody J too?
Nah.
Yak didn't swing on him?
No.
But it was that day that you were at Club Crucial with Thug when everybody ran outside to get their guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money. Isn't that right? Previously, it's what the witness said. So, is that right?
They weren't running out there to get the guns for him. They just, because Woody was getting jumped on, so they just the reaction.
Say that again now. They weren't.
If anybody ran out there, it wasn't getting no gun to protect him. It was because of whatever Woody had going on.
But didn't you tell the police in the August 5th, 2015 interview that that was when everybody jumped out, ran out to do, you know, and then you were asked, what do you know? What do you mean? And you said they went to get the guns because Thug was the money. They were going to protect Thug.
I mean, it wasn't just because of the money, just like I told you. If you want me to tell the truth, I'm telling you, it ain't. Because him, didn't nobody walk back to the door and get him.
Huh? Say
Didn't nobody walk back to the door and then back in the club to get him.
Okay.
He walked on his own.
Okay. And I understand that, but that is what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you told them Thug was the money, you meant Thug was the one that sort of gave money to you all, right?
He ain't give me no money like that. You better ask for some gas money or something. He ain't just giving you no money.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said they went out to get the guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
I meant as in he ain't have security with him that night.
Did you mention anything about not having security with him that night?
No, but I know in my head.
Well, then why'd you say they got guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
Objection asked and answered.
I asked why.
Overruled.
Because why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't doing that?
One more time. What was
Because
that?
why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't on that?
And what was it that he would have been getting into? What do you mean?
Like, after fighting, like, back then, like, 9 times out of 10, it probably was a shooting came behind it. And bullets could hit anybody.
Okay. And so it was important to make sure that Thug didn't get hit with one, right?
It wasn't important to make sure he didn't get hit. It's like, make sure you get to it cold, okay? Like, it's too much going on out here.
Okay. And when you were talking with Shannon's lawyer on cross, you were asked by Shannon's lawyer if you would have done anything to get out of jail during that August 5th, 2015 interview. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you went in there trying to give the police information on anybody. No, better yet, you said to tell lies on people to get yourself out of jail. You told Shannon's lawyer that, right?
I think, yeah. I don't remember.
And you said you would have told a lie on anybody the police wanted you to talk about just to get yourself out of jail. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you told Shannon's lawyer that you knew the police wanted to know about Shannon, so you told a lie on Shannon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said on direct, and I believe on cross, that you also knew the police wanted to know about Thug, right?
Yes.
All right. But you didn't say that Thug knew anything about Donovan Thomas's murder, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't want to get out of jail bad enough to lie and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I don't understand that. Can you say it again?
You never told the police that Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes. I never told them that.
Right. But you believed that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, right?
Yes.
Right. Knowing that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, you still didn't say, hey, you didn't lie on Thug and say, Thug shot Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yeah.
All right. You told Shannon's lawyer you were facing how many years?
89 or something like that. I think that's what you told me.
189 years in prison. Now, you didn't get 189 years, right?
No.
And in fact, the state offered you much less than 189 years, right?
Yes.
But you turned that down, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you turned that down because you weren't going to testify against Montun, right?
Yes.
All right. So for you, is it fair to say you'd rather spend 189 years in prison than to testify against any one of your friends?
As I had got older, yes.
Okay. Now, on direct, and I believe on cross, you mentioned that you went in there trying to protect Montun on the August 5th, 2015 interview. Did I hear that right, or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, right.
Okay, I got it right. All right. And on cross-examination with Thug's lawyer, you said that Woody was the one that had the problem with Kale. Did I get that right, or did I get that wrong?
You got that right.
All right. Now, if you were trying to clear Montun in the August 5th, 2015 interview with detectives Gaither and Dennis, would you please explain to the jury why you told Gaither and Dennis that Woody and Montun shooting at Kale is what started the gang war?
Why did I tell them that?
Yes, sir.
Because I felt like it.
Okay. And if you were trying to protect Montun, when you, as you told Shannon's lawyer, why did you tell the police that Montunk was always on go?
Because I felt like it.
Right. Now, you were asked by Thug's lawyer about seeing Thug perform with Rich Homie Quan. Were those performances were before Nut got killed though, right?
No, when we went to Florida, I think I told him that he had a showdown now.
Okay. And was that when you went to Florida going into New Year's 2015?
No.
It was after?
I think that was one time, but I'm saying like the next time we went after somebody got killed, he performed with.
And when you say you think it was after he got killed that they performed?
I know it was after he got killed.
Uh-huh.
That he performed with him again.
All right. And when you say he performed with him, sometimes I know when people are performing, different acts come up. Describe what you mean when you say he performed with him. Did they sing the song on stage together?
They had songs together.
They sang them at the same time on stage?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
They had to. They were together. It was a song, verse, hit verse, hit verse, hit verse, like that.
I'm just asking if you saw them appear on stage together. You personally saw it.
Yes, I was there.
Okay. So you were there and you saw it.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did you personally see them perform on stage together?
Did I see them perform on stage together?
That's the question. At the
When?
same time, in the instant you described for the jury just a second ago.
I was at the show. I just
Okay.
told you that.
You were at the show. Did you see them personally perform on stage together?
I was back there when they performing. I don't remember.
Okay.
I was backstage though when they performing. So
So is it fair to say you did not see them personally perform on stage
I
together?
can't say. I just know that when they went on stage, whatever they did, I was backstage and they went on there together.
Okay. Now, you also said you were present when in March, Thug called Rich Homie Quan on stage a derogatory name that rhymed with Rich Homie Quan.
I wasn't even, like, in March, I think that was that the tour, so I ain't even stay that many days, and I think I had saw that on Instagram. That was a lie.
Why did you tell the police that you were there? Because the police asked you how you know, and I'm going to use this horrible name and word because that's what you said. Didn't you tell the police that in March 2015, Thug called this gentleman, Rich Homie Quan, he used the name Bitch Homie Quan, on stage in public to talk about Rich Homie Quan?
I never heard him say that his mouth. That's something I just heard. I never heard him say it. Why did I tell him that? I don't know.
I'm just asking you, did I get it right? You did say that, right, to police?
Yes.
And in fact, you told the police that you were there personally and you saw it, right?
I couldn't have been there.
But did you tell them that?
Probably.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to tell them that?
I don't know.
All right. Did they show you, or did you see surveillance footage from the night of Donovan Thomas's murder before the August 15th, 2015, interview that you had with police?
I saw it on news.
Okay. Where else?
I don't remember. I know news.
Just the news?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no recollection of anybody showing you anything other than what you saw on the news. Fair? I'll let you think about it if you need to.
I don't know.
Okay. Now tell the jury what you saw on the news.
I don't remember. I just saw a car ride past you.
Okay, thank you. A car riding past you. Do you know that area, 330 McDaniel Street? And by no, I mean, have you seen it in the daytime?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't rode past before, but I don't know, like, the neighborhood.
Would you call that neighborhood if gang territory?
That's really like, I don't know. It's really like Mechanicville, really.
Did you know the barbershop and the Texaco to be places that if gang hung out?
I don't know. Like, no.
No? Did you tell the police that?
It probably just something I made up.
Okay.
I don't went to that barbershop before I got a haircut.
I'm sorry?
I used to go to that barbershop to get a haircut.
Okay. So you would have had a way to know if gang people hung out at that barbershop then, right?
Yes.
All right. And you would have had a way to know whether they
No. I don't
No?
know. No.
Okay.
I don't know what's my name yet. Or what they is.
Did you know you knew that Nut was if gang, didn't you?
Did I know that he was ill gang?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was some.
Now, do you remember, or did you have in your head, or did you know about all the details that Woody told Lil D before you went into the August 5th interview?
Did I know all the details?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I remember.
Now, do you remember which details in the August 5th, 2015 interview were shared or given to police as a result of anything you learned from Lil D?
I can't say I remember.
Do you remember whether you talked to Lil D about Summer getting shot at or shot towards at the Crystals?
Do I remember talking to Ladie about it?
Yes.
I mean, I talked to him about everything, so probably, yeah.
Okay. And would that have been him telling you or you telling him?
They probably, because he was cool with, I was cool with, it probably went either way.
Okay. Was there anything that Lil D told you to tell the police?
No.
Okay. And do you remember whether any of the three people that you were asked about on cross with respect to Defendant Stillwell Exhibit 49, Demekion Garlington, or you called him Lil D as well? D, Montunk, or you, did either one of you have dreadlocks on April 28, 2015?
No.
Okay. Have you worn your hair in dreadlocks anywhere in 2015?
Not, what you mean, like how long? Like, I probably had afro.
Like Jay-Z kind of dreadlocks?
Nah.
Okay. And Montunk, anytime in 2015, was he wearing dreadlocks that looked kind of like Jay-Z's dreadlocks look now?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't wear no dread.
Say that again?
I don't wear no dread.
He never wore dreads?
I ain't never saw him with no dread.
Did you ever see D with any dreads, Demekion?
No.
All right. On cross-examination, you told Shannon's lawyer that you, Moontunk, and Dee were the only people who participated in that drive-by on Adele.
That's the name on the street.
Down Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay? You told them that, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you have no idea what witnesses the police talked to about that shooting?
Yeah, I know.
Who do you know that they talked to?
I don't know, but it was like 30-something names or 15 names, something like that, on our witness list.
Oh, okay, you got a witness list.
Yes.
Is it fair to say you don't know what those witnesses told the police?
No.
You don't know.
No.
That's correct.
No.
Okay. Do you know what any of those witnesses told the police?
I know that they told them they wouldn't cooperate.
What now?
I thought I got locked up. I was locked up with some other people. They were telling us that people weren't going to trial on us and stuff like that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you know what any of the witnesses told police the night that the shooting happened?
No.
Okay. You told Shannon's lawyer that there was only one car, but you told the police in August 2015 that there were two, correct?
What I supposed to told them the truth?
I'm sorry.
What I supposed to told them? I told them a lie.
Which one did you tell the lie to?
When it was two cars, when I told on the police.
Now, would you please explain to the jury what benefit you got from telling the police that there were two cars instead of one?
See, at first, I was just panicking, wanting to get out of jail. But I told you, as I got older and started learning in jail, I ain't want no jail.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Explain that. I'm sorry.
When I was younger, that's when I told the police that. But as I got older and I was in jail and I was learning, I ain't want no. When I was realizing, like, damn, I ain't want no deal.
You didn't want a deal.
Yeah, I ain't want no benefits off of it.
Okay. Now, does that fall for the 2019 case or the 2018 case?
2018, I ain't say nothing to no police.
Okay. You learned that it was better not to talk to the police.
Yes.
All right. Because you'd have to testify against your friends if you got a deal?
No, it ain't just that. You put yourself in more trouble.
Okay. All right. Now, I understand that as you got older, you learned better about talking to the police. But in that August 5th, 2015 interview, would you tell the jury how telling the police there were two cars benefited you?
I thought it would have benefited me. I was just telling lies.
How? How would it have benefited you? That's all I'm asking.
Shit, I was making up stuff, putting people down. So it can take some of the blame off me.
Okay. You were asked by Shannon's lawyer about the number of shell casings on scene. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I think I told him that.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea, no personal knowledge, what types of shell casings were found on scene?
Yes, I know. I know, Miss Love. I got caught.
You know
with it.
exactly what shell casings?
Sustained.
Go ahead.
I got caught with the gun.
Okay. My question to you is, do you know exactly the caliber and number of shell casings found on scene at that site?
Not all of them.
Okay.
I know what I got caught with.
Okay. And what about the apartments? I think Perry Homes. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I don't know how many.
is it fair to say you don't even know all the different types of shell casings that were found on scene?
No, I just know what I got caught with.
Okay. So you don't know the types. You just know the gun you got caught with.
Yes.
All right. And any conclusion you drew about your gun matching shell casings on any scene came from what you heard in your preliminary hearing. Is that right?
It came from me knowing what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And about April 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And then about what they discussed with my lawyer in preliminary hearing, yeah.
Okay. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you only went to 2 of Thug's shows during the rodeo tour, or did you say you went to more than 2?
I just know it was more than 2. It was more than 2.
Okay. Now, Thug wasn't the headliner on that, right?
No.
All right. Was he, what was his role in that tour?
I don't know what his role was. Rapper, whatever he do.
Do you know when he performed? Like, was he like an opening act or a closing
I
act?
don't know.
Did you watch either of the shows?
I told you, most of the time I was helping out with stuff that needed to be done.
Okay.
Ms. Love, just scheduling wise, how much long do you think you're going to be?
Your Honor, maybe half an hour, and if the court thinks, I mean, it may go longer, so it may be a good time.
All right. Would this be a good time to break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's all be back at. Let's shoot for 1:15. Okay.
All right, so Jerry.
All right. Anything before we break?
No, mistake.
Okay. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, could you push this off?
and have the jury head out. Oh, wait, no, we can't. Where's Mr. Matthews?
Your Honor, there was one thing that I wanted to address that I did not.
Do we need to have the witness step out again?
Yes.
Yes.
My initial intent was not to play this portion of the video of the interview with Mr. Zachary. But there is a portion of it on the August 5th, 2015 interview, starting at 3:20:33, going through 3:24:09 that I would like to play. And I don't think that falls within any objectionable area. Yeah. Yeah, let me try and find it.
Can I just inquire of something?
Yes.
Is the state planning, I understand they want to play this portion, and they'll tell us what it is, but is the state, when they say weren't planning to play the recording or recordings maybe through Mr. Zachary, are they planning, I made this objection earlier, are they planning to play it through a different witness? And if yes, I would just like to know that, because it might change how we do Mr. Zachary going forward.
Does the state intend to play his interview or interviews through another witness?
We may be doing that. It depends on what happens with Cross, frankly. But based on something that happened with Cross, I wanted to play a particular portion, and I was trying to see if this particular portion was a part that they had any objection to or had objected to, since it was a part of and not the whole thing.
Okay, maybe turn your mic back on, your lapel mic. Is it on? So that sounds like we don't know the answer.
Correct. Never mind.
Okay.
So I'm looking for the portion in the interview. It's after Detective Thorpe comes in, 3:24:09 on the evidence reviewer.
That's at page 121, if that's okay. Now set your
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so thank you, Your Honor, if I may thank Mr. Steele. Okay, so is starting on page 127. Actually, maybe at the bottom of 126, but I don't need to play any of the sound. It's just the image itself at the timestamps that I named. So
it's him identifying a picture as doo-wop.
yes, and it goes from him identifying doo-wop to the last picture that he identifies. And again, that starts at okay. It starts at about 319:13, or a little bit after that. Actually, it's 319:37 and goes to 324. To about 324. Oh, two.
And so it is him identifying Mr.
Yes.
Stillwell, and then what else?
It is him identifying doo-wop, Mr. Stillwell, Nard, I believe.
All right, and you said you didn't need to play the sound.
Right. I don't, as I thought about the concern I was raising, I don't want to play the sound. I just need to play, I just want to play the video portion. And that's not something that I'd identified as an exhibit that we intended to introduce. So I wanted to alert the court that.
And this would be to establish that he does know a doo-wop. He's already said he knows Shannon, and he does know a Nard.
No, that's not to establish
okay,
that.
well, what's the purpose of it?
He's writing on the pictures. He's spelling.
Okay. All right. Is there going to be any objection to that?
And if I could just give 1 second.
Just showing that without sound.
Can you play that? Can you
Or what we're talking about. So the state's asking to play essentially like a 5-minute clip without the sound of him looking at the pictures and signing papers. Is that?
For now, that.
So.
For now, that.
Well,
And is it going to be, are you going to be able to see what he's writing on there?
I'm going to ask him questions about it. That's what. So you'll be able to see him writing, and I'm going to be asking him questions.
Okay. And this is to establish that he's lying when he says he can't read? Or what?
No, it's not to establish only that. It's to, I have a series of follow-up questions that I'll be asking. And if the court wants me to give everyone what my redirect is, I can go and.
Just trying to figure out. Okay. Is there going to be any objection to that?
The only thing I would say is my memory is that a photograph was already shown to Mr. Zachary of the person you're hearing, Nard. Demise McMullen is his name. But and he said yes, and it says like 100% certain. I may not be perfect on that, but on that recording, on the document, it's already been shown. So if that's the same issue we're dealing with, if that's really the import, then I don't understand why that we're doing this again.
That's,
So again, what is it that you're trying to show through this? What's the purpose?
I'm showing that he knows how to, not only that he can read and write, but that he identified certain people by writing their names. He's spelling out their names.
Okay, well, you won't be able to hear him spelling out their names with the sound off.
I will be asking him about that. I mean, and I understand with the sound off, I don't understand. My concern is that I'm tendering a piece of evidence that is relevant to what was dealt with on cross-examination. On cross-examination, the witness was repeatedly asked about lying. I don't think there's an objection. I don't know that I heard an objection from Mr. Steele. I don't know what I'm responding to. So if the court could please clarify what I'm responding to so that I can.
I'm not grasping the import of what we're doing. That's my concern. I'm saying part of it's cumulative because he was shown that same exact picture from the same date of Mrs. McMullen or Nard. The other part, I just don't know why it's important to this trial at this time. I'm just trying to ask what the relevance is of this.
I'm not listening to it in real time, but I'm going off of my notes in the transcript. Like, if we're showing a silent aspect of a video to show that Mr. Zachary knows how to, I guess, read and write, he's also asking how to spell doo-wop in the transcript, at least. So, and I believe that he's also asked for help in spelling the other things. So I don't know if that's going to give the jury an accurate portrayal of his mastery of, reading and writing.
I don't even know if that's what it's being offered for. I haven't gotten a clear answer on that.
I mean, I didn't know. I was trying to understand what objection I was responding to.
Relevance and cumulative.
Okay, so I haven't shown any pictures, any of this. I have asked him about the picture that he signed of Nard from the April 26th shooting out on Browns Mill Road. So I don't know if Mr. Steele missed the timestamp that I had, but I've not shown him that. I said that to the court. Nard is one of the people. The court asked me who are the people that he's identifying, and I said that Nard was one of the people.
So it's doo-wop, Shannon, and Nard, correct?
Doo-wop, Shannon, and Nard are three of the people that he looks at. And I'm not going to show
I mean, I don't know what the timestamps are. Are there more than just those three?
Your Honor, I believe it's those three. There might have been one more, but the point that there may have been one more, Your Honor. But because I'm not playing the sound, I'm not putting before the jury the names of the people that he's signing photographs of right now. I'm going to ask him, did you look at specific pictures, and what are you doing as you look at the pictures? And
What is he doing?
signing them.
He's signing his name.
And writing their names.
And are we going to be able to see from the video that he is writing their names? Because
Yes.
he may or may not answer what he's actually doing.
Yes, and Your Honor, I do have to, of course, the court knows I went through a very long process because I'm going to have to now.
All right. Well, you realize that there are plenty of people who can probably sign their names but not read and write, so that won't establish anything. And that if we don't hear the sound, it could very well be him writing the word D after somebody there says, the way you spell it is D-U-W-A-P. So
That actually does happen.
I mean,
but
it's up to you, I guess,
And then-
if you think that establishes anything, but. So the purpose of it then would be to show that he can read and write?
that was one of them, Judge.
Okay, what other purpose?
To ask him the question of whether or not he was attempting to get people in trouble at the time that he did this? What was his reason? Why didn't he lie here?
Okay. All right. So that's relevant. Anything else?
I just wanted to bring that to the court.
No, I mean, anything else before we get him back and the jury out? All right. Let's go ahead and do that then. And you can get that queued up and.
You got it, keep it. Get a number, the exhibit number.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Would you please tell the jury if you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gun that you bought that you let Woody hold?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Mr. Zachary,
Yes, I remember.
thank you. Isn't it true that when you were talking about that gun, you were talking about a gun you let Woody hold because you owed one of Woody's friends some money?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
Did you sell Woody a gun for $1,000? Is that what you remember talking to Mr. Shard about?
Subject of cross-examination either, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
I never sold him no gun. We went and bought it.
Say that again.
We went and bought it. I never sold him nothing.
Was that after Woody's girlfriend and child had been shot at?
I don't remember.
Do you remember testifying that Woody told you that a detective told him that he could have a gun?
I didn't say the tip. I think he said gang or something. I don't remember.
Gang unit. Thank you. And do you know whether that conversation was had after Woody's girlfriend and baby were shot at?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after January of 2015, right?
Woody's girlfriend got shot at a lot of times.
All right. This particular time that
When
you
I
got
bought the gun,
yes, sir.
their houses was getting shot up.
Okay. Was that after Nut got killed?
I think like a week later. I don't know. It's somewhere early January, like
Early January? Okay.
like middle. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked by Thug's lawyer whether at some point needing to pay back money and you couldn't do it until you caught up with Thug and got some, but that Thug had stopped coming around Woody?
Me, I said that. I needed some money from him. I didn't say that.
You never said you needed to get some money from Thug?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And do I have it correct that when you went into that interview, you had every intention or you did not in any way want to hurt Thug because he's from Cleveland Avenue?
Not because he from Cleveland Avenue, because I don't know. I just wanted to talking.
All right. But do you remember testifying earlier that you didn't say anything or want to say anything to get Thug in trouble because you didn't want to get people from Cleveland Avenue in trouble?
I said that.
Did you? Do you remember that?
No, my head hurt so bad.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. When you testified on cross-examination with Shannon's lawyer about lies that you told in the August 2015 interview, and when you told Thug's lawyer that the information that you spoke about came from what Copeland wanted Garlington to say, can you tell us whether or not you were trying to tell police what you understood Copeland to have already told the police?
I don't remember some of it. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing.
Okay. When you talked about Woody stealing Nut's chain, was that from Copeland or from your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about that.
Okay. And when you talked about Woody confronting Kel at the skating rink, was that from Copeland or your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about it.
Say that again. Sir.
I don't remember. I probably already knew about it.
Okay. And do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the If Gang rivalry with YSL began because of Woody?
I don't remember. I told you my head hurt so bad.
Okay.
All right, so you have the ability and had the ability over lunch to have your pain medication
I'm
with you
allergic
and
to
to take it.
Tylenol. I'm allergic to a lot of medicine. If y'all would have got all these records like y'all
And
should
we
did.
talked about you being able to get your prescription medication.
I ain't complaining. I'm still up here.
All right.
Do you remember telling the police that the rivalry between If Gang and YSL began roughly a month before Nut's death?
I don't remember.
Do you remember when Thug's lawyer asked you about the post? They shoot at us, we don't tell. We shoot at them, they call the police.
I remember he just asked me about that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about that after saying that you had gotten shot at on Empire near Cleveland and you didn't know it was If Gang until Thug and D started tweeting?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you told the police, speaking about the lies according to Mr. Shart, Shannon's lawyer, on cross-examination, when you told the police that Woody was waiting on Bloody J by the side of the church after Woody had gotten jumped 5 or 6 days before Nutt's murder, was that a lie?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether that was something you got from Copeland or from your prelim?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Mooktunk and Kel were beefing about trivia, was that from your prelim or from Copeland?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these subject matters. All this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. What Mr. Sharp asked was, and what Mr. Steele asked was, you lied continuously. And Mr. Weinstein, they brought up things that they alleged or asked this witness if he lied about. And they essentially said you lied about everything because you wanted to get yourself out of trouble. And you were just telling what Copeland told or what you had heard from a prelim. So everything, when I'm asking him these questions, it's to confront him with things and to get clarification based on what he said in cross as to where this information came from.
Literally no one has argued that he lied about everything. And he has not testified that he lied about everything. I specifically brought his attention to certain things that he acknowledged he lied about. And now we are talking about things way outside the scope of that, and we're just redoing this whole thing again, and it's 403 and it's outside the scope of
Let's
cross.
narrow your questions to things that were asked about on cross, please.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were asked about whether all of the shootings you talked about had shell casings from guns that you owned, do you remember being asked about that?
I said guns that I was caught in possession of.
Okay. So you remember being asked about shell casings on crime scenes that matched guns you were in possession of?
That I got caught with, yes.
That you got caught with. And one of those crime scenes was Lucci's mother's house, was it not?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you told the police about being at Big Boo's grandma's house on the day Lucci's mother got shot, was that something you got from Woody or your prelim or somewhere else?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's go, right before Lucci's mom's house got shot up, was that something you got from Copeland, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So I lied.
You lied?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did that lie come from?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you told the police that after Shannon, Woody, and Pokey got back, someone made a call to Boo and said that they put $1,000 on the head of whoever shot up Lucci's mother's house. Where did that come from? Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere
I
else?
don't remember. No.
And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
May I con- Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination, specifically, Thug's lawyer asked you about the tour dates and what tours or what shows you went to when Defendant Williams performed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you whether you knew him, and by him I mean Thug, in 2009?
Yes.
And you said that you did, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Defendant Williams was performing in 2009?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether Mr. Williams was performing in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him asking you whether you went to any of Mr. Williams' shows during those times?
Yes.
Do you see or do you have an independent memory of whether on May 13, 2013, you were at one of Defendant Williams' shows?
I don't remember.
I'm asking you. If you don't, that's okay. You can say
I
no.
don't know.
Okay. And do you know whether he was performing at either one of those shows that Mr. Steele asked you about on September 9th, 2013?
Do I know?
Correct.
If he had a show, he gonna perform.
Do you know whether he had a show on that date?
I don't remember the day.
All right. Do you know if he had a show on September 11th, 2013?
I don't know.
Do you know if he had a show on January 6th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did he have a show on January 10th, 2015?
I do not remember.
Did he have a show on September 14th, 2017, to your knowledge?
I was locked up.
Okay. You remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you were still a fan of Defendant Williams' music?
Yes, I still listen to the music, yes.
Okay. So did you follow whether or not he had any shows on these dates?
I was locked up.
Okay, so you didn't.
I'm away from the world.
All right. When you said on cross-examination that you got information from Garlington, who got it from Copeland, do you have any memory now of what parts of what you told the police came from
No.
Garlington?
No.
Did the information you gave them about Lucci's mother's house come from Copeland or from your prelim or from your being
I
there?
don't remember.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Thug giving you money. Do you recall telling the police about a time when all of you went to the mall and stuff and Thug had bought you all clothes?
I mean, I don't remember, but if we did, if we went to the mall and he bought us clothes, we probably going somewhere.
How often did Thug buy you all clothes?
That's the only time I remember.
Which time was that?
Whenever time y'all talking about,
And which time were you talking about?
I don't know. See, you keep saying like him buying y'all clothes. Like you got to think about it. I knew him before them, so like the clothes jumped in there. Like we grew up together.
Okay. So did he buy clothes for a lot of people around you?
I don't know. I just know what relationship that different people had. I don't know what relationship different people had.
Okay. And when you were asked about Defendant Williams' relationship with Rich Homie Quan by Thug's lawyer, did you hear Thug call Rich Homie Quan a bitch on any other day besides the time you told police about in March?
Did I hear it for myself?
Yes, on any other day.
No, I told you. I think I heard it like somebody.
And when did you first start hearing, either from yourself or someone else, Thug say disparaging or bad things about Rich Homie Quan?
I didn't even hear that. I don't be hearing it. Like I've been locked up all this time. Like
Okay.
I've been
So,
away from these folk. Like I don't remember nothing. I've been locked up 8 years. Like
but you weren't locked up in March of 2015, right?
I was sick in March of 15. We just said that earlier.
You were not locked up then, though, right?
No,
And you were not trying to hurt Thug when you went in to talk to the police, right?
man, I don't remember.
Okay. Am I the only one you don't remember with?
No, it's just you keep asking me, and my mind ain't processing. Like you asking me stuff I already answered.
Okay. Do you need a moment? Do you need to take?
No, I'm okay. I'm just saying you asking me stuff I already answered. I keep telling you I don't know. If I remember, I tell you.
Okay.
I don't tell you I don't remember everything.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether it was Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim where you got the information you gave to police about Philo, D, Stewie, and Stag?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or your personal knowledge where you got the information about Thug driving a Corvette in the few days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I told you I knew he had a vet. I ain't say nothing about no. I don't remember.
What did you start to say before? I don't remember.
I knew he had a vet car. I told y'all that already.
Okay.
I don't remember nothing else.
And was that a vet that he owned?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he rented a Corvette in the days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't know. I don't know the paperwork agreement.
Sustained.
All right. When you talked about going to Florida in a Sprinter van that had already been reserved with Mr. Steele on cross, did you get the information from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim that you went in that Sprinter van with Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak?
So you asked me, how did I know who I went with?
I'm asking you whether when you told the police that, if that was something you got from somebody else or something that was true.
That was something that's true.
Okay. And when you told the police that the beef between YSL and If Gang started when Woody and Mooktoon shot Kale, was that something that was true, something you got from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim?
I don't remember the person I lied about.
Okay. And when you told the police that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Duop were going to meet Bushi on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered, was that something that you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or Shannon?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea where you would have had access to that information? Other than Shannon?
No. What?
Other than Shannon?
Shannon ain't tell me that. What you talking about?
Okay. So
I told you Shannon ain't tell me that.
did you get it from Copeland?
I don't remember. I know for a fact Shannon didn't tell me that, and I told y'all that.
Okay. Why don't you remember whether you got it from Copeland, but know for a fact it didn't come from Shannon?
I know for a fact I told you that I didn't get it from Shannon.
Did you get it from Yak?
I know for a fact I told y'all, asked, I didn't get it from him.
Okay. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else, that on the way to meet Bushi, they fucked up and saw Nut? Who'd you get that from?
I don't remember. I ain't probably get it from nobody. I don't remember.
You think that was something you made up?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all beyond cross.
Judge, thank you. Now, when you told the police that after they fucked up and saw Nut, they rolled back around and started shooting at Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that it was outside a barber shop that they saw Nut, was that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Nut on the surveillance footage that you saw on TV?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that the barbershop and Texaco are places where If Gang members hang out, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that Bentley took the guns to his spot on Oak Drive, was that something you got from Copeland, Demikion, your prelim, or somewhere else?
You can.
Thank you. When you told the police that Shannon and Yak told you, I just caught that in nut down bad, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I lied.
Is that something now you're saying you made up entirely?
I already told y'all. Shannon, nobody ain't told me nothing.
Well, that's why I asked. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington?
I said nobody ain't told me nothing.
And when you told the police that Shannon had a XB45, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Nobody told me nothing.
Okay. So did you make that up too?
I don't know.
All right. And when you told the police that the 7.62 was Nard's gun, was that something you got from Copeland, as you're sitting here today testifying, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
All right. When you told the police that Nard talked about the murder after Miami, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Something I lied about.
Okay. When you told the police that after seeing Woody staying on the couch acting worried, Nard said that nigga Woody gonna fold, he gonna tell on us about that nut situation, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Somewhere I lied.
Okay. And when you told the police that Thug asked them, do you remember talking about Thug acting normal on cross-examination with Thug's attorney?
What you mean?
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you testified that Thug was acting normal after?
When he had me that today?
Do you remember at any time him asking you that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. When you told the police that Thug asked Shannon, Yak, and Nard why they killed Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I told you and them 1,000 times I lied. And I said it. I told them years ago I lied.
Okay.
So it ain't nothing new.
Okay. So would you tell the jury whether that was something you just made up out of the thin air or?
I don't remember. I just know I lied.
Okay. Now, is it only the things about people who are on trial now that you know for a fact you lied about?
What you mean? I ain't never said anything about nobody else.
When you talk about what you do know and what you can't remember, is it only the information that you gave about Thug, Yak, and Shannon that you know for a fact you lied about?
Because I lied. What you mean?
Okay.
I don't understand what you're saying. I know I told y'all years ago that I lied. And you know that.
And so, Mr. Zachary, all I'm asking is,
And
in
I'm
that
telling
August,
you I lied then. I told them back then I lied.
and in August 2015, all I'm asking is, today is your testimony that the only people you lied about are Thug, Shannon, and Yak.
No, I lied about whoever they asked me about.
All right. So you didn't lie about Woody getting jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut got killed. Did you?
Everybody knew he got jumped.
Okay. Did you lie when you told the police that you all believe that Woody shot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan?
I don't know.
Did you lie when you told the police that Rock Crew and YSL were the same thing?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Do you remember Mr. Steele saying or asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you in 2017 about the things you were saying in your proffer that were different than what you said in 2015? Do you remember that?
I remember him.
Subject to the form of that question. Never even broached that topic.
Overruled.
Do you remember that?
I remember him saying something about the 2017 interview.
Do you remember him asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you about things that you were saying different in 2017 than what you had said in 2015?
That may have been not you, but a different. It was covered in cross. I'm not sure who asked it.
Okay.
That was me.
Yeah.
My apologies to everyone. Do you remember Shannon's attorney telling you you never were confronted in 2017 about things you said differently than what you did in 2015? Do you remember that?
I think he said something like that.
And do you remember agreeing with him? Yeah, nobody ever confronted me about things I said different.
I think he said the officer or somebody was in there. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what
Then
now?
he asked me why the officer or somebody didn't confront me or something. I don't know. He said something like that.
Was Mr. Richardson your lawyer or your friend in that interview? That
No, he was not my lawyer.
he was there on your behalf?
I don't know how he got there.
Okay.
But it later came out that he wasn't my lawyer though.
Isn't it true that you all were allowed to take breaks and that after at least one of those breaks, Detective Dennis came back and told you that reminded you that you had said a lot more about the murder than in 2015 than you were doing now in 2017?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after that point, Detective Dennis asked you about what you had told him in 2015 about Duop and Nard?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that at that point you said you had heard that they were involved, that is, Duop and Nard were involved? You had heard that from Copeland, and then you said, I meant Shannon. Isn't that true?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that after you told them that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you about the murder, they pressed you on exactly what Shannon said to you?
You say, is it true that he told me? You asked me, I don't understand that question.
Isn't it true that during the 2017 interview, when you told the police and people with the DA's office, with Mr. Richardson present, that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder, you were asked what exactly Shannon said to you, and you said, I don't want to talk about it.
It was a lie.
Okay.
I don't know. I still don't understand the question.
You were pressed on what exactly Shannon told you in the 2017 interview.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Isn't it true that when you said you were not pressed or you were not confronted with differences in your story, that what you said about not being confronted wasn't exactly accurate? In other words, when you said something different, the police did ask you, wait a minute, what about this? You said it
I
differently over
don't
here.
remember. You would have had
Okay.
to show me for me to know. I don't remember.
Okay.
But I don't think they confronted me. Ricky had asked y'all 2 years ago, did y'all have a video he can see? Y'all told him no. Y'all told me it wasn't no interview, just transcripts.
Okay. And during that 2017 interview, when you were looking at pictures of Shannon and Duop and Nard, isn't it true that you signed your name and wrote Shannon's and Nard's and Duop's on their pictures?
I don't remember, probably did.
Okay. When you were asked about the Little Wayne bus shooting on cross-examination, is it your testimony today that you remember events that happened that night?
I don't know. Like, y'all been asking me all these questions, like, I don't know.
Do you remember telling detectives in the 2017 interview that people didn't need to get the gang's permission in order to carry out the Little Wayne bus shooting?
I don't remember it being said like that or something. I don't know.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination about the Infinity that you were in, that you rode inside with Copeland?
I remember y'all saying something about it. I remember somebody said something about it.
Do you remember, I believe it was Mr. Steele, if it was not, correct me if your memory is different. Do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes.
Do you remember today whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes, I told us Woody told, I never saw somebody else in the car but Woody. He told me about the car.
Is there anything in particular about that that causes you to remember it as opposed to others?
I remember the car because I remember we wrecked the car.
And was it Woody who told you that Thug's manager rented it?
Yes. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't know. Woody said he thought it was Thug rental car or something. I don't remember. told him I never saw him in that car, though. I told him I never saw nobody in the car but Woody.
You told the jury earlier that after a certain point that Thug stopped associating with Woody. You said something like that on cross. Do you remember that?
I think I said he stopped coming around all the negativity. Like, it was so much going on. I think I said that.
Do you remember specifically talking about Woody and Thug not hanging around Woody?
Yes, cause I said he had a lot going on.
Do you remember when that was that you remember Thug stopped hanging around Woody?
I don't know.
Okay, generally speaking, would you say it was around May 2015?
I think Woody was already locked up, man. I don't know.
So does that mean it probably happened before that or after that?
I don't remember. I just know I think Woody had got locked up summertime, so I don't remember.
Do you know whether Woody actually talked to Thug about getting his bond paid in June 2015?
June, I was locked up, so I don't know.
Okay, you were asked about Thug and Woody's relationship. I'm just asking you if you know anything about.
June, I was locked up. So
okay, so that's a no?
I was locked up, I mean.
When you're locked up, does that keep you from getting information about other people that are locked up?
Yes.
So were you locked up federally?
No.
Were you locked up in Fulton County?
Yes.
So if you were locked up in Fulton County and Woody is locked up in Fulton County, do you all have the ability to talk to each other or do you not have access?
All on different flow.
Okay. Does being on a different floor keep you from having access to other people or talking to other people in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. Do you not remember getting, speaking with Sledge from inside the jail or Monkton? Why?
Me and Monkton, I don't think if I talked to him and he was on the street, I don't even think I talked to him. What time you talking about?
While you were in the jail and he was in the jail.
Probably went to court, yeah.
Okay. And what about Garlington? You remember getting communication from Garlington while you all were both in jail?
He and Garlington and Sledge was on the case together. We go to court together.
Okay. Are they the only people that you talked to while you were in the jail that were in the jail with you?
I don't remember. Probably people in my dorm, I don't remember.
All right. What did you say?
People in the dorm, probably.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about a picture of Shannon taken the days or taken sometime before January 10th, 2015. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about it?
Sustained.
Okay. Do you remember being shown a photograph of Shannon standing in front of a window?
Yeah, I remember that picture. I remember that picture.
And do you have any independent knowledge of when or if that was placed on any social media sites?
I think I remember. I think I took that picture. I was thinking about it.
Just the picture, though.
When I saw it, I remember the picture from some.
Did you post that on your social media site?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were asked on cross-examination about Antonio Sledge being drunk and Garlington being high and you being high on April 28th, 2015, were you telling the jury everything that you remembered about that night when you spoke with Shannon's attorney on cross-examination?
Did I what?
Is that all that you remember about that night on April 28th as you sit here today? April 28th, 2015, that Moontoon was drunk.
Your Honor, I was gonna let it go, but I'm gonna object to the misstatement of the testimony. His testimony was not that Mr.
Sustained.
Do you remember anything else about the night of April 28th that Mr. Shart asked you about on cross-examination regarding Sledge being drunk?
I think I told him I don't know. I don't remember. I think I told him I was high myself, so I couldn't really tell.
And what does that type of high do to your ability to remember?
Xanax.
Okay. What does that do for you and for your ability to remember?
A lot. I might be on 3-4 at a time.
And does that cause you to forget things?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remembered that it was only you, Sledge, and Garlington, at what point did the high wear off to allow you to remember that?
Because I remember who I got in the car with.
Okay. Do you know what Trontavia Stevens was doing during that time?
No.
Okay. You were asked whether you went to Arrowhead Pond with Copeland and Sledge. Do you remember that?
I remember telling him I didn't remember if Sledge was with us.
Okay. Do you remember testifying on cross-examination that you wanted to convince Gaither and Dennis that you were telling the truth so that you could get out of jail?
I remember. I don't remember. I told her, ask me all these questions. I don't remember.
Do you remember when you were shown a clip of Gaither coming into the room saying, y'all been calling me and now I'm here? You remember that? Okay. Now, do you remember being asked whether you wanted to meet with Gaither so that you could get out of jail?
I remember me saying I ain't called them. I remember saying that.
Okay. Do you remember saying you wanted to clear Sledge of the shooting?
I thought that was what I was doing, but I was told you I was young.
Right. Told the police that the phone number they showed you was not yours?
I don't remember.
You remember when you were asked on cross-examination whether you lied when you said you weren't involved in the April 28th shooting?
Who?
You remember when you said on cross that when you first sat down, you said, I wasn't involved. I ain't have nothing to do with that shooting.
I remember saying I lied. I don't understand what you're saying. You gotta ask it again.
Okay. You remember saying you lied in the August 5th, 2015 interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you lie when you told them or confirmed for them Demikion's phone number?
Your Honor, outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Did you lie when you told them that the phone number they had was not yours?
Outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Do you remember when you told them when you first sat down, you were making stuff up as you were going on? You remember saying that on cross?
Yeah.
At what point did that change, if at all?
What you mean, did it change?
Well, you said at first I was making stuff up as I was
I
going
still was
on.
making stuff up.
Okay, so are you saying that you made stuff up throughout the whole interview on August 5th, 2015?
Made stuff up and said stuff that I had already heard. I told y'all that.
Okay. And when you said that you wanted to take the guns out of your hand and put them in someone else's hand, is that what you were trying to do throughout the August 5th interview? Just take guns out of your hand?
What?
Do you remember saying on cross?
I don't remember.
Okay. By the time that you got to the 2017 interview, was your goal in that interview the same thing as your goal was in the 2015 interview?
What was my goal? Was it my goal?
Right.
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether you went into the 2017 interview with the intent to tell stories on
I
people?
don't remember.
Well, do you
Did I
remember?
tell stories?
Uh-huh.
I told stories, yes. Lies.
All right. And was there any reason that you told for these particular lies that you claim you told? For what reason were you telling lies in 2017?
Because I had already told the lies before.
Okay. And so the lies you told in 2017 were because you had already told them? Is that what you're saying?
Objection, that's asked and answered.
You're not asking. Is that what you're saying?
What you mean?
Why did you tell the lies you're now saying that you told in 2017?
Because I lied. I don't know. I just know I lied. I don't get what you're saying. Like, I don't understand.
And the lies in 2015 that you told, did you tell them for any reason other than what you've already given to the jury?
What you mean?
The things that you said in the August 2015 interview that were not true. The reasons that you told them, even though they were not true. Are those reasons, have you told all of those reasons for telling those lies as you put them to the jury?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just one second. You know, I think that that's all I have at this time with this.
All right, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein.
Yeah, I have some thoughts, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Harvey has corrected me that I have reasons. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
I didn't hear what you said before.
Well, good afternoon.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Hey,
Your head hurt? You're going to be able to answer my questions?
If I know him, yeah.
Can you lean forward just a little bit? Yeah, if you know them, that's all I'm asking, okay? So on redirect, Ms. Love asked you a lot of questions about the sources of your lies, okay? The lies you told back in 2015 and 2017. So let's get into that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the play that you testified to that you got from Garlington, okay? Remember the play?
I don't remember it.
That play you testified to that you got from Garlington, that was about the murder of Peanut, Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. And that play was something cooked up between Garlington and Woody, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Overruled.
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Yes, the play was cooked up between Garlington and Woody?
Woody put Garlington in it. It was something Woody had.
Something Woody had. And Woody came up with that play in order to take attention away from him.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer that question. But that was a scheme between them to come up with a story that you would use, correct? They planted that story with
Objection,
you.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
The story that they came up with, that they told you, that Garlington relayed to you, was about Shannon and Yak and Duop and Nard being involved in Nutt's murder.
It was, I don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with them, y'all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I
that.
don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with it.
It had something to do with that, with the murder of
Yeah.
Peanut, with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. And that story was intended to cover up Woody's involvement in that murder.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Garlington tell you why he was coming up with that story?
Why Woody was coming up with it?
Yeah.
He's just like Woody got him in some bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, Woody has been named, Your Honor, as an unindicted co-conspirator. It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Your Honor, first of all, Your Honor, this is a whole, he's asking about Garlington. He's not asking about Woody. And if this is a matter that needs to be talked about, I don't think it's proper to do it in front of the jury.
Your question was about Garlington.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the story you got from Garlington, that's the story that you ended up relaying to law enforcement, to Gaither and Dennis in
Objection.
2015.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You've been asked repeatedly by the attorney for the state, by Ms. Love, how various lies that you told benefited you. You remember her asking you that just now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're sitting over here right now instead of over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that's a benefit to
Your
you?
Honor, objection.
Do you view that as a benefit?
Hang on.
Okay,
hang
I'm
on.
asking him if he views
I
that
know,
as
and
a
there's an
benefit.
objection on the floor, which I haven't been able to hear yet, so wait and let me hear
My
it. and
apologies,
rule
Your
on
Honor.
it.
So objection as to misrepresentation, vagueness, when the question is, do you think it's a benefit to you that you're over there and not here, as it relates to the interview in 2015 and 2017, I would ask for clarification about what it is that he was getting a benefit from.
Overruled.
Okay. I'll repeat that question to you. Do you view it as a benefit to you that those lies that you told in 2015 and 2017 put you in that witness stand instead of over there as a defendant?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I ain't benefit off none of it.
You didn't benefit off any of it? You'd rather be over there?
Objection, Your Honor, improper.
Sustained.
Are you a defendant in this case?
Objection, relevance.
It's directly relevant to his motivation. Are you a defendant in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steele?
Very briefly,
All right.
Did you give it to the?
May I approach for a moment?
Very briefly, you were asked about what I call the rodeo tour, but I'm talking about March, April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Travis Scott and Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug, are performing, right?
Yes.
You were asked if Jeffrey was the headliner or was not the headliner. You remember that?
Yes.
Headliner means what? Tell the jurors.
I don't know. Probably, I think, like the main, I don't know. I think like the main person or something.
Is it fair to say that Jeffrey or Young Thug, by this time, is a big attraction in music?
Objection, asked, answered, and relevance.
Came up on recross.
I know, but given the objection sustained.
When you were there, if you saw the crowd, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott play
relevance to the
together? Is
crowd.
my question.
Say that again.
Yeah, when you saw the crowds at the rodeo tour, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott perform together?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
I think, okay, that's fine. All right. You said, you were asked specifically, did Jeffrey buy clothing for a lot of people? Do you remember that question on recross examination?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Jeffrey did buy clothing for people at the Cleveland Avenue park?
I told you, like, that was like, it wasn't that new. Like, everybody bought, like, yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that Jeffrey did clothing drives all over the country?
Objection, relevance.
It came up on
Sustained.
cross.
Doesn't mean it's relevant.
You were asked, and it was worded this way, that Jeffrey stopped hanging around with Woody. Remember those questions on recross?
Yes.
From your vantage point, were people always trying to be around Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, vague and speculation. He can't.
Overruled.
Did Jeffrey allow people to take pictures with him
Objection, relevance.
when they
Sustained.
did? From your vantage point, did Mr. Copeland or Woody, did Jeffrey go to him in any way, or was Mr. Copeland trying to hang out with Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope of redirect.
It was on redirect.
Overruled.
Yeah, Copeland used to come around, yeah.
Okay. You were asked again on redirect about a supposed tweet of, and I'm not quoting it, but something like, "We shoot at them and don't report. They shoot at us and report." I'm not saying that's a quote. Have you ever seen a tweet like that?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered on cross.
That was my question.
All right. Mr. Short, have you made a decision? Do you have any recross? All right. You are now free to go.
And cut this on my leg?
Yes. They'll take care of that. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Ricardo Wheels to stand.
Okay.
Leal.
Your Honor, while the witness is coming, may we now approach any member of the defense for a question?
Sure. Do y'all need a bathroom break before we start the next witness? Yes, no? Is it, okay. A cup. We're actually gonna have you step back out. We're gonna take a quick recess. Thank you.
All right,